Good morning, everybody. Why is the Russell reconstitution delayed? It was supposed to be finished and announced June 23rd. I think it is finished, as far as I'm aware. They have not. They have also not maybe announced the full reconstitution yet, though, or at least when I checked on like the 25th, they hadn't. Prime. We run until 1 p.m. I don't know. A lot of put interest came in this morning. Um Maybe people aren't super fucking happy about oil prices going up. 1.5 million barrels in daily cuts between Saudi Arabia and Russia. I'm in bed watching you on YouTube. Does this mean we're in bed together? Whatever floats your boat, bro. I see we got some active marketing in today's DD. Feel free to join the stream in Discord. That's literally been there every day for fucking almost 3 years. Believe me, that wasn't a new attempt at marketing. It's summer. Oil always goes up during this time. Yeah, but production isn't always cut by 1.5 million barrels a day, which it was this morning. What did they think OPEC would do? Not price gouge? I mean, I guess that's the hope. Ooh, boof. Um, Interesting. Well, futures just failed hard at open. It was kind of a bigger sell-off than expected. Hold on. Falling below 40.50 is not good for the bulls. I guess we'll see if they can pull it back. Looks like NASDAQ's rocketing. Oil hasn't even moved up that much yet. Rip Tesla puts. Nobody should have been buying any until it rejected off of 42.60 anyway, which it didn't. Good morning. Good weekend. It was okay. Yeah. Oil production cuts means there's extra capacity and room for prices to go down. What? No, it's gonna pressure prices up. 4,500 or bust. Meanwhile, meme stocks ripping. It's just fucking market open. Don't act like they've been going up all day or something. China has stockpiled oil and will respond if oil prices get too high. Also, economic headwinds will cut supply. I don't think oil is going on a crazy run. Moderate increases, sure. I mean, China's stockpiling oil because they get it under the table from the Saudis, right? Because the Saudis have nowhere to keep the oil when they cut production, which really just means we're not exporting as much oil. They can't. They can't actually cut their production capacity because they can't bring it back if they do. But I don't think they're going to respond to increases in oil prices in any significant way with their moderate reserves. SX down, Nvidia up, market broken. It's a possibility. Still got like a little bit of momentum here, though. In the near term, lots of oil bears are saying we'll see below 70 per barrel. We've already been below 70 per barrel. It's 6:30 a.m. open where I live. Those zoomed in charts right when I woke up got me. Lol, my bad. Thoughts on Tesla delivery numbers? I mean, I really don't care about them. Largely discounting, which is just going to hurt their margins in the long term. But I mean, they beat by what? It was like 14,000 or something. Elon's gonna have to probably sell fucking shares anyway in order to pay his AWS bill for Twitter. There's like solar stocks like FSLR are running. Is it a good time to average down? Might be a good time to wait. If oil and nat gas are gonna bump, solar might see some price improvement. No problem, Jackson. Tesla puts good. No, wait. Why would you get puts right now in the middle of the run? You don't scalp upside with puts. Good morning, Girk. Are we bearish today? Maybe a little. Ideally, no. But the zero DTE interest that was supporting the upside here today broke down a bit in the pre-market. So, yeah, it's kind of continuing to break down. Puts are picking up at 44.45 and 44.35. Meanwhile, the call interest at 44.50 and 44.65 has fallen off a little bit. So possibly not a very bullish day. It's also a half day today, so I wouldn't expect today's price action to be very indicative of the rest of the week. Tesla loses money on every unit, but they make up for it in volume. Talked to a money manager today. Good dude. Told me to keep an eye on renewables. Tesla puts right now, perfect plays. It's too soon. Why rush it? There's plenty of time to confirm a breakdown here. Saudis are weak. I'm disappointed with their cuts. Yeah, it was a little it was a little low, but I think it's a million barrels in addition to their previously announced cuts, right? And then the rest of OPEC has agreed to cut more production into 2024, which means they're hanging the Saudis out to dry. We closed the SPX bear call spreads. Yeah. Yeah, those should be closed out now. I don't understand how to confirm a breakdown. Wait for it to test resistance, fail, sell off, and then continue to sell off. True, I expect OPEC to cut again in August. You know, they were so inspired by the Bidenomics speech that they decided that they would ease up on US inflation and continue to provide adequate amounts of oil. The kingdom will maintain the 1 million barrel a day reduction launched this month on top of existing curbs agreed with OPEC into August and could extend it further. 150 and 200? What? I just read it as continuing the previously announced 1 milli cut. That's what they're doing. Russia also cut 500,000 barrels a day. Do we wait until we cross 4450 to cut the put side of the straddle to confirm no more downside? I don't know if you're going to get an opportunity to get out of both legs of the straddle today. Maybe if this bounces here, although it doesn't look great. It's up to you. I mean, you could leave it open or you could cut it. You're obviously profitable on the downside, but this bounce doesn't look super fucking bullish right now. I just read it as continuing the previous announcement. I stopped out my testicles at 80%. Nice. Do you wait until we cross 4450 to cut the put side of the straddle? Yeah, I probably wouldn't cut the 4450 put at a test of 4450. The idea is to make money on them. I need more coffee. A $100 barrel target could actually be a thing. The Russia cut surprised me. Don't they need the revenue? Less oil for more money is better than more oil for less money. It's quality over quantity. Space banana. Have you closed your AMD puts? No, no. I have 110s, I think. Yeah, 110s. I've got a little bit of time on them. I'm not super concerned yet. Although if it retests like 117, I'll probably get out of them. Any thoughts on QQQ for today? Thank you, dude. Happy almost 4th. I don't really have a lot of data on it right now. Give me a second. Actually, I posted it in the Discord. I think there's call interest like up to. Yeah, I'll just look it up again. Oh, look at NVIDIA. It's the index now. It's been the index. Looks like a lot of short calls above 43.70. Probably stable here at like 43.69, 43.70. I don't think it's going to squeeze out any short calls. Hey, Girk, not been around too much later. Thoughts on 0DT SPX? They're going up, down, or boring bounce around because of the holiday tomorrow. Right now, it looks kind of like we're just going to bounce around in the most boring possible way. Calls at 44.45. Sorry, 44.50. Puts at 44.45, 44.35. So there's about a $30 range here. And then primarily short under 44.50. If more call interest picks up, I'll let you know, but ooh, VIX is up. Interesting. QQQ's failing. Is the 210 inversion meaningless? What's it at today? It was like 105 BPS before. Did it move? 30, 20, 10, 5, and 2 are all down today. Can't find the fucking ticker for that. Oh, I'll have to look that up later. Can you move the upstart chart up? No. Any ideas what they would keep the markets open for a half day instead of just having the whole day off? I don't know. I don't make up the rules. I would just trade it every day, right? It's because the where the holiday falls. probably eases settlement over the holiday period instead of just having 4 days off. Hey man, happy 4th. When do you get your account back? I think it's 2 more days now. Hey man, remember how sad I was? I got the approval notice this morning, and then it says like 48 hours until I can use the margin. Man, remember how sad I was about my Upstart calls months ago around the holidays? I should have got some leaps. I'm learning. Hey, Gork, I'm listening to your soothing tones while cleaning a house. Thanks for being a relaxing soothe beast. Okay, no problem. Coinbase is ripping today for no reason. Isn't BTC up this morning a little bit? Maybe there was some news about the SEC lawsuit. Days off are bullshit. Want a day off, close your positions, and take all the time you need. Thanks again for going more into spreads. No problem. You sound kind of nasally. Yeah, my allergies are fucking with me today. How do you feel about using SPY volume as a proxy for SPX volume? Probably not as reliable as futures. I would say it's it's worse. It's worse than using futures. It'll give you false signals. How's Hawkish Paws doing? He's fucking around here somewhere. Yeah, no problem, Huggleberry. This will be a boring one. Probably. I can see it being kind of uninteresting today. I mean, the put and call positioning is now pretty balanced. I mean, we're gonna have the ISM report, so that's probably gonna have some effect today. That's in about 9 minutes. I think that's probably the only data point today that's gonna matter. So we'll get some manufacturing data, see if it hammers the Dow. If it does, maybe we see SPX drop down to like 44.35. If it comes in above expectations, maybe we see 44.65 by the end of the day. I don't, honestly, without it, I don't know if there's enough interest today for us to drive anything more than that. I guess QQQ's pushing up into some sold 0 DTE calls, but those really might not go anywhere. What about some 52-day docu $55 calls end of day Friday? Is it gonna keep doing this, or is it looking like range bound? It found the higher support. Uh, I know I closed my covered calls a few days ago. I hope I did. Yes, I did. Okay. Sorry. It doesn't look particularly exciting, and usually price improvement up until earnings is kind of lame. Um, Plenty of liquidity on it, so if they want to short it, they can. I'd be careful, keep risk tight, probably around like the 5150 mark, and then, see if it continues to move up. I think the ideal scenario here is that QQQ continues to move up because Docu hasn't had a lot of news lately. Well, it's the same as June. About some 52-day. Good morning, Mister. What's up, Mike? Gherk, is it bad to wish bad things to those blowing up fireworks in the park behind my house at 11 p.m.? I mean, you did move into a house that's next to a park. You have to take some responsibility. Also, can't you just call the cops on them? Now, you don't want to be a snitch, but just blame like one of your neighbors. What are the downside supports for GME over the next few weeks? 2250, 2080. Are you selling some bear spreads to cover tomorrow's holiday? I'm not sure if I'm going to sell bear or bull spreads yet. But yeah, I'm going to sell some verticals into the holiday. It's usually an easy way to scalp some free theta if you go out of the money. I was gone for a while, but I got back. I was wondering what happened to positions being locked, not available to us anymore. How many of you people fucking ghost my throwaway account? I switched it to margin. The account's still restricted until the margin's finally approved. It's supposed to be like 2 more days. Actually, the margin is approved, but it's 2 more days before it opens up. How did they phrase it? Hold on. Oh, your buying power will be recalculated in 1 or 2 days, and then you can start trading on margin and short selling. They gave me an exclamation point. There's nothing more exciting than expanding your risk. Thanks, WeBull. Is that because everything above 370 is sold? Yeah. I think this morning on QQQ, someone ripped off a bunch of sold calls, and so now they're selling them again. 4 more minutes. I wonder if I should close my spreads. That's like okay profit. Hmm. 10% return on risk? That's kind of shit. Okay. There's no BlackRock signal. Just want to confirm the DD. You currently think it's more likely we hit 4,500 than 4,400 this week. The positioning for 4,500 is still stronger into the end of the week. But there's levels of confirmation to see if we're moving down. It becomes less likely under 4,450. And then under 4,425, it becomes very unlikely. Whoa. Fuck you, spider. Dick. PMI 46. Ooh, miss. That'll be interesting. S&P 46.3. So that came in flat. Well, at expectations. Still down from the prior. Manufacturing employment down. Construction spending up a little bit. That's kind of bullish. Manufacturing prices down. Manufacturing new orders up. It's not that bad. I mean, still contraction, but better contraction. And also pricing is down, new orders are up, and construction spend is up. So I would say that's kind of bullish overall. Let's see what effect that has. That's going to probably trigger some repositioning here. Oh, I'm glad I closed my spreads. Let's see. 4450 volume picking up a little bit. Yep. So maybe 4465 here. Wait a second. Yes, or SPX? SPX. Yes is at 44.8825 right now. Hmm. What's Dow doing? Dow looks pretty stable still. Did EV industry just cure cancer? No. What's the deal with Upstart? Why is the down risky? Because it's super fucking illiquid. It has like a 2.3 beta over the last 3 months. It's like a fucking leveraged QQQ ETF. Email I got from Bobby says new merchandise. Why do you still own that dog shit? New merchandise is still arriving at your store closing sale. Let the copium flow. Good luck, BBB Wires. I'm rooting for you. What store? All the fucking stores are closed. Greg, I haven't really been about or trading this month, but I did make your carbonara recipe, so I'm in a better mood. Nice. I hope it was tasty. Man, October, December. I don't know why I put November. Maybe that's when the spike should have happened normal +1 last year. I don't know what you're talking about. There's another comment. I think Jimmy could be interesting this month, considering its sustained ups. October and November last year was a unique situation. They got double the time. I was wondering if it was a strategy shift or desperation. There's no fucking desperation. No one cares about it. This is the first time they've bothered shorting it in the last like 6 months. Okay, I love that noise. You're streaming from an elevator or something? It's just this other. I don't know how to fucking turn it off. I'll figure it out. There's got to be a fucking option somewhere. Oh, maybe it's here. Hold on. Whoa. Yeah, I have no idea. Doesn't appear to be any setting. No. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that. Any chance SQQQ goes back to 25 in the near to mid future? Sure. Are you seeing the 4440s and 4435s closing out? A little bit. Not a lot, though. It's not bad. It's just loud relative to the rest of the alerts and sounds. Okay. Well, I'll try to figure out how to turn it off. It's not Alt F4. Is there any real possibility of testing 4435 today? I mean, some, yeah. There's a decent amount of interest at that strike. It reduced a little after the PMI data, but not significantly. Any chance Nvidia goes down instead of up? I mean, it looks like QQQ is failing its upside test a little bit. We'll see if it continues to fall or if it finds support here. Probably the same is true for SPX today for Nvidia. It's a little bit interesting that VIX is so flat. I guess it's not really worth it to sell a bunch of puts today on the half day. Let me see 1 second. Tesla is getting close to resistance 281. I mean, Nvidia's kind of fallen off a bit here too. A lot of this could just be people starting to sell calls going into the holiday as well. That's what, 10:12 now, so we got 2.5 hours or 2 hours left. I just sold a 43.35 44.30p. 10% return on risk for 3 hours. Okay, yeah. Half days and like intra-week holidays are fucking great for selling theta. It seems like many insiders are selling tech stocks lately. Do you think it's relevant? Yeah, all their companies are overvalued. Of course they're selling holdings. Good morning, Girk. Slept in late. Looks like I missed a little. Not much. You said there's a possibility of SQQQ hitting 25 in the medium to short term. I would say medium, but yeah. That doesn't mean I'd be sitting on SQQQ positions praying for the best, but sure. Does ROR return on risk regarded out of the money risk? Fubo's having a good day. Yeah, it's not bad. Retesting resistance at 223. I kind of wanna close some synthetic longs here. Maybe I should. IV's up a little bit too. There's no news, right? It's just running. I missed the Sunday stream. Did you discuss when SPX 4000 and what catalyst for downs? Well, given that the market's ignoring all the fucking data right now, I don't know what the catalyst is gonna be. Oil prices going up's good. If they manage to get oil prices up with the cuts they've chosen to enact. Bigger cuts would have been better, but if they can get oil up to like 75, 80 a barrel by midsummer, that'll be a big help in pumping up headline inflation numbers. You should try not sleeping. I mean, I generally don't very often. What time does the market close today? 12:30. I too have not found prayer to be a useful hedging technique. Thanks to the SQQQ clarification, I thought you were suddenly way more bearish. No? I mean, I'm still pretty bearish, but I'm not bearish enough to just sit on like dead SQQQ calls. That's that's not bearish, that's just stupid. SQQQ is not meant for like a long-term holding, right? You buy it, the market doesn't drop, you close it. You think Fubo will get shorted at 250? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, they're doing good things. Is BTU a good buy for oil right now? I mean, they're a coal producer. Not that they don't have some like energy exposure, but they mine coal. When you say Ivy is up or down, is that the same or different than Ivy 30? I'm trying to find IV and Fidelity. Yeah, IV 30 and Fidelity should be what we're referring to. Although sometimes on much shorter time frames than 30 days averaged. I feel like the only way to play a crash now is to chase it and accept that you won't time the top. I don't think anybody should be trying to play crashes. They're black swan events. They're super rare. Like you can play a correction, right? But what the problem with that, right, is people get bearish and they start trying to play crashes and they start buying puts that are like 400 BPS out of the money, 500 BPS, 600 BPS, and then they watch them fucking burn up, right? If you're 200 BPS out of the money and the market corrects a little, you'll make money, right? If you're and then if it crashes, you'll make even more money. There's no reason to be that far out of the fucking money on a bearish position. Since March, we've had an 850 BPS correction. So since let's say Feb SLD, we have an 850 BPS correction. We've had four 300 BPS corrections. Like last week, we had 278 BPS roughly to the bottom. People should have made money on that if they were short. You've got to, I mean, if the market's moving up, you've got to keep your short position in line with the market. You can't just like buy a short position here when the market's trading there, right? And then the market rips and you just leave that short position. Move the fucking short position up with the market. The data today didn't seem to cause any ups or downs. Chop into close. Maybe. The breakdown here is gonna cause the 44, 45 puts to come back in. But calls are about to get a lot cheaper really, really fast. So I wouldn't put it past them to pump. The interest is definitely there. Forty-four thirty-five is picking up though. It's definitely contested. It's 44.50 is strong. 44.35 is also strong. There's probably some argument that you could just straddle at the money and one of them will print, but how's DVN looking? Looking at bull put spreads. Well, with the oil cuts, you have a little more downside protection, provided oil doesn't get shorted really hard again. Doesn't seem bad. What strike are you looking at? I mean, it's right in the middle of its range, so yeah, I would say it depends on what strike you're looking at. I wouldn't want to be like right at the money. Does CSPs on SQQQ make sense ever? Yeah, if you think the market's like peaking and it's gonna turn around, and you can sell CSPs to get a sign. I don't know why you wouldn't just buy calls, but it adds so many layers of complexity. If the market's going down, then yeah, CSPs are nice on it because they the premiums on them get destroyed really, really fast. Usually people just do that with bull put spreads though. No worries, Maeve. They're a coal producer, so SRF. Otherwise, Black Swan events would just be called Tuesdays. Yeah, yeah, they would. At the money puts dropped like 40% on Friday. Hmm. Thanks to whoever bought my Fubo 250s. Of course, I finally buy a call, and it's the one day the Bears win. They haven't won yet, first off. Yeah, and they're still pretty far from winning. Most of the puts are at 40, 44.35. And some are at 44.45. But nobody's winning here. Like the call side is still stronger. And calls are gonna get cheaper, and then they're gonna sell the fucking puts at those strikes, right? Because they don't give a shit about their risk. So I would say that it's still very possible we see 44.65 today. Fourth of July was a Black Swan event. Did BTU give a time frame for the buyback? No. It's very rare that companies will give a deadline for a buyback. Are September 15th SPY 415p still okay? Sure, but manage the fucking position. If you're gonna carry a long short, don't just let it sit there and die in your portfolio. Leverage it, do something with it, right? Like sell fucking puts against it, offset the theta decay. The problem I have is not people being long short, it's people being long short and not managing the position and just losing money for the sake of losing money. The reason why most of Pickle Jar's positions don't profit isn't because of bulls versus bears. It's just theta gangs. You're implying people don't buy enough theta. Sometimes people do, but then they get complacent in the idea that, oh, I have theta, and then they don't do anything to manage the position, which leads to the same over allocation into one position. They're like, it's fine, I'll just buy at the money September puts with my entire portfolio and leave no money to manage it. And then the market moves up 200 fucking BPS and their puts are dead until it recovers, right? And they didn't have any money to hedge the upside. They didn't have any money left to, they don't have any margin left to sell spreads. So that's what I'm trying to address, right? I mean, the market's like arguably pretty fucking overbought right now, anyway. So, pullbacks to like the 4,400, 4,350, for even 4,300 level aren't out of the question at all, right? But if you're just sitting on positions and not managing them, you, even if you get that pullback, then you get nothing out of it, right? So what was the point of setting up for it in the first place? My Nvidia leaps are down 70% right now. You should probably do something about that. Did you hedge earnings? I'm just gonna assume that you didn't get more. That's the strategy. Get more of them. Okay. I mean, I've done that too, but I've at least tried to use money that I've made from selling spreads to average them down and not just thrown my own money in the trash. Wasn't gonna watch today, but Fuba doesn't like me having cover calls. Anyway, happy 4th of July, Girk. Enjoy the holiday. Thanks, Thunder. You too, man. There's a strong positive historical correlation between my portfolio savers and Pickles picks. You shouldn't be letting your portfolio get into a position where one last YOLO is what's gonna save it, though, right? My personal worst habit is buying near the money with theta, then not marking my stop line proactively, and wait, hoping it will come down when it doesn't. Then I'm down 20% or more. Yeah. I mean, well, you're taking on a lot of delta risk when you buy at the money, right? Especially when you're buying with a lot of theta. Does that mean bear put spread has built-in theta decay hedging? I mean, they do, yeah, kind of. How can I further hedge the position for a bear put spread? Hmm. I mean, you can buy calls against upside moves. You can sell bull put spreads underneath it, um like underneath your debit spread or in the middle of your debit spread, and then you have the double leverage from the long puts into the sold put positions. So there's a couple options. I mean, generally you don't need to do a lot of hedging for debit spreads. That's kind of the advantage there. I mean, you can turn them into condors for periods of time and just harvest theta that way. Um, actually, doing that can very frequently offset the entire cost of the position. So kind of like a calendar condor. So you would sell the you would open the bear or bull spread side of it, like out of the money, right? But shorter expiration. I like Sherwin. I might add some here. I would be really patient on accumulating, or Schwab. Sorry, I'd be patient on accumulating Schwab Sisyphus. Like I bought a little bit of it, but a very small portion of my total allocation. I think there'll be plenty of opportunities with bank liquidity and the issues with the Fed to get it cheaper. Oxy is a different story, and that's just because Buffett keeps buying it. So if I mean the name of the game there is, can you get shares cheaper than Buffett? Good morning, Ending. Are investors with cash accounts greatly disadvantaged not being able to do things like sell puts against long positions? No, they just are disadvantaged against holding long positions. Yeah, I mean, a cash account really is more advantageous for like day trading. And margin accounts are, you know, have a greater advantage for swing trading because you can manage a position in a margin account much more effectively. Cash accounts, you want you want that cash settlement on T1 until you get up to 25,000, and then obviously margins preferable, but um up until 25,000, a cash account is definitely advantageous for day trading. If you have underwater puts and you sell puts to offset, then if the market goes down, you're underwater on both ends. You're using the put you have to hedge the sold put. So you're using your put to create a spread. But it's a calendar spread, right? So you're not selling like the same amount of theta as your put. It's no different than selling PMCCs on something you have leaps on that's stagnating, right? Or moving against you. What's Buffett's cost basis on Oxy? I don't know the cumulative total, but he was buying it below like 58. Look at QQQ. Ooh, gross. Is QQQ gonna blow up the SPX calls? I don't know. They're still buying calls on SPX though. So like I don't know what to make of that. Like QQQ is going down, so they're just buying even more calls on SPX. I have some cash on the side. I can't do spreads with because Canadian. Ugh. With markets currently so frothy, I'm guessing there's no good buy right opportunities. Buy rates just suck because volatility everywhere is super fucking low. And then the stocks where it's like advantageous to do buy rights on them are just massively overvalued, right? Like I don't know about you, but I'm not buying like Apple at fucking $192 so I can shave off, 25 basis points from my cost basis. If you think things are going to keep going up, you can do buy rights. You want like a strong trend, but I mean, yeah, you could do like a shorter dated buy right, and the returns on that might not be so bad. But you need to hit that assignment, right? At which point it's almost better just to buy a fucking call if you're that confident in price improvement, right? Tesla chain getting blown the fuck up. Tesla's getting pretty fucking close to Gamma Max. It hit resistance. Hmm. Do I want to do anything with that? What's the Gamma Max on that fucking thing right now? Gamma Max is 287.22. Neutral's at 228. God, that's such a wide range. Hmm. Fubo's Gamma Max is kind of irrelevant because it's trading at $2. There's not like enough strikes. You're too close to the bottom of the chain for it to matter. Gamma Max will just be wherever options OI is the highest. Interesting. I personally wouldn't do anything with Tesla here. I would wait. Either confirm it's gonna break down or straddle it at 280. Like this is far from a confirmed breakdown. You'd want to see it back like under 275 with like a stop at 276, and then you'd want to confirm the breakdown at 271.50. Way too soon to buy puts. So you have an August SPY 430p down 30%. What would you sell against it? For example, not financial advice. I mean, it depends on how much theta I was gonna sell on the contract. Less theta, I'd be selling it closer to the money. I'd be selling like 440s. I mean, if I was selling very little theta, right, like one DTE or zero DTE. If I was gonna sell more theta, maybe like 435s. But why is Tesla mooning? They had a better than expected total deliveries. Nvidia put leaps keep getting cheaper. Yeah. Unlike you, I enjoy Apple products. Even then, I'm not buying Apple. I mean, for me, it has very little to do with their products. I understand that people buy them. I won't buy them, but liking their products has nothing to do with their stock. Do you have a PT for oil or just a PT for stocks with oil exposure? I don't think 80 a barrel by end of summer, like 80, 83 a barrel by end of summer is out of the question, provided demand remains high or pushes up. So yeah, I mean, I kind of have a target for oil. I'm not playing it directly though. I didn't want exposure to the volatility. and I wanted to take advantage of the value presented in oil exposed stocks like DVN and Oxy, right? Exxon too, a little bit. I've played. Sell 300, 305 on what? Liking their product has nothing to do with their stock. Laura Bar would like a word. That was spite shorting, okay? On Tesla? I mean, probably not bad. What's the return on risk? Is it worth it? Don't forget that Gamma Max can move up, especially after such a large upside move. SRF now 10% discount on NAV. I've been buying little by little. Do you foresee any price sympathy in uranium with rising oil and energy demand? Hmm. No, not really. I mean, it's got kind of its own energy market, right? The things that affect are likely to affect the price of uranium moving forward are pretty detached from oil. I mean, I guess some of the political concerns and like the war with Ukraine have some effect, but outside of that, they're kind of different. Like broad energy demand generally doesn't drive up oil interest in a significant way. Do you know enough about Alto to make an opinion? I mean I just don't care about it. That dude on Twitter has been pushing that company for like a fucking year and it's done absolutely nothing, right? Like all it did was just drop constantly. It's recovered from its low of $1.30 and everyone's interested in it again. I really don't know much about their industry or the company itself though. I mean, I can tell you from the technicals that the recovery looks good, but it also doesn't look like it's based on any fundamental metrics. It looks like they just filed for a shelf offering, so that's super bullish for long-term shareholders. I was being sarcastic there, by the way. I see that QQQ is going down. One second. All right. Ugh. SRF now on 10% discount. Now buying Alta, Fubo, rocking and rolling. Does Fubo have a share buyback on the table? No, they don't have any fucking money. You still playing BTU CCs? I was looking at 22s for Friday. I haven't been selling any CCs that close to the fucking money. I've been selling CSPs on it at and in the money. And then if it keeps moving up, I'm gonna roll forward the CSPs. You mentioned on your Sunday stream that Jamie is getting shorted now. We saw a little bit of shorting, like a few $1 million worth. Are we seeing covering currently? No. Trying to figure out what to do with underwater covered calls. Wait, roll them out, take assignment, and sell CSPs. There's a number of options there. What strike do you have? No problem, man. I got July SPY 440Ps that are about 11% down. Hedge with shorter dated calls. At what point do I need to consider repositioning the puts? I mean, I don't think 440 is like out of the current trading range, but you need to decide on what your risk on the position is going to be. Like, where are you going to cut it? How much has the call hedge returned? If the call hedge is returned your losses or in excess of your losses, then that opens up more breathing room in the position, right? Does it look like they're buying for 445C to keep it from slipping? That's a good question. A little bit, but 445Ps are also being bought, and they're a little bit more. They're a lot more significant than the calls at that strike right now. So really here, above 4450, pretty bullish. Below 4450, tricky. Below 4445, kind of bearish for the rest of the day. So we're really looking at finding a break in. Hold on. That range. So if we start moving above this and we can gain traction above 44 or 51, then the target becomes like 44.65, right? And then if it fails and we break down below 44.45, the target becomes 44.35. The best thing to do in this kind of situation is fucking nothing. Tune in, or you could sell like condors. I mean, you've got a pretty good idea where the range for the day is. Tune in for this week's episode of Bulls Fighting Economic Gravity. Happy birthday, America. Thanks, Washington Beef. Can ES test 4,500 so we can start the market crash now? Thanks, Skirk. I don't know, man. Bulls aren't doing great right now with QQQ slipping. Maybe it'll bounce back. Zero DT sold calls might close. Give it some lift. QQQ is really, really fucking overbought. Like, it's far worse than SPX. This feels like a bear trap. It very well could be. Given the amount of interest and the fact that options are just going to get cheaper into the end of the day, I don't think it's out of the question to consider this being a bear trap. I mean, I just wouldn't do anything until you get confirmation one way or the other. Why did condors seem like a bad idea today? At least for anything with a 7 to 10% return. I don't know why. I haven't looked at them, but I can't assume that I wouldn't assume that they're that fucking bad. Yeah, 44.35 on the downside, 44.65 on the upside. You can do pretty tight, like 70, 44, 25, 75. That gives you profit on any move, 50 BPS up or 40 BPS down. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong fucking date. 7.5%. Could widen the spread a little. Yeah, it sucks. You could squeeze out 18%. Although it's not great. $52 for July 5th. Net credit 170, the max loss at 330. 52% return on risk. That's pretty solid. And that's 60 BPS range. Well, 120 BPS range, but 60 up, 60 down. What do you look for when selling vertical credit spreads outside of any Greeks? It depends on how much theta. Like what theta? Are you talking like short dated or longer dated positions? And first and foremost, I'm looking for liquidity because you don't want to get murdered on the spread. And that I think that's true both on short and long dated positions. I'm looking for returns that are adequate to the risk I'm taking. I don't want to make 10% on risk carrying something for like 3 to 5 days, right? Um, I'm ensuring that liquidity in surrounding strikes is decent because I want to be able to hedge if it moves against me. Um, that primarily. I mean, I'm looking at technicals. I'm watching volume. I'm looking for rejections and trying to sell outside of like confirmed support and resistance. I'm watching options positioning, not just the Greeks, but like the day-to-day positioning. If I see like a big spike in gamma at my sold strike first thing in the morning, I'm gonna close my spreads, right? I'm not gonna leave them open and wait and see. July 7th, 25 cc's. July 21st, 22 cc's. On which, Paris? Sorry, I got distracted. It's been a while. Just checking in. What's up, man? I hope everyone's doing well. Back to watching monkey videos. I'll see you guys in a few months. All right, Scott. Thanks, man. I have July 7, 2350 GME CCs Sold at 0.79. So I have to do something this week. I was thinking about selling more to up the price and may get assigned. You could just roll them out, right? You'll collect a little extra credit and it gives you some more time to wait for a break below 23. Unless you want to get assigned, but don't intentionally get assigned at a loss, right? It's not a big deal, but it's not ideal. If assigned to underwater SQQQ, would you cut them and never look back? No, not necessarily. I mean, we have jobs data this week. There's a chance. I don't know how fucking underwater you are on your assignment, but if the market starts to turn around in any meaningful way, then you could get a more favorable exit. I mean, your primary issue is like the vol decay on the fund, right? So you don't want to sit there while like QQQ chops. But if it's gonna do this, like if it's gonna drop fairly consistently over a couple of days, you can get an exit. You just need it to keep going down, right? You want multiple red days in a row, ideally, right? And that compounds the profitability of SQQQ. How does zero DTEs decay on half days? Really fucking fast. Do they expire at 1 p.m. or 4 p.m.? They expire at 12:30 today, right? What time's the fucking market close today? Like futures? 1 p.m. close? Okay. So 1 p.m. Futures, I think, are also a half day. But futures will reopen at 5. Your method for selling out of the money credit spreads, you sell for those 1 to 3 DTE on weekends or holidays. I'm not going to tell you so you can crowd out my trades. Depors need margin to sell spreads on a sub 5K accounts. You need to cover the underlying on cash accounts, e.g., for cash secured puts, right? It depends on your broker. Some brokers will allow you to sell spreads on cash settled options like XSP or SPX with a cash account. Some won't. So I would contact your broker and find out what kind of allowances they make. What to do with Jimmy 27cc expiring this Friday? That's up over 63%. But it makes sense to take profit before some surprise upside fucks me over and makes the gains disappear. What's Gamma Max on GME today? I mean, you're above Gamma Max already. Are you that worried that it's gonna move up $3 fucking? I'm not saying it can't, but it's pretty unlikely to push. I mean, there's nothing going on right now, right? Maybe some ETF FTDs, but I doubt those are going to lead to like a ton of price improvement. But yeah, I mean, you can just cut it and take profits. There's nothing wrong with that. You could roll it a little further out of the money if you don't feel safe. I have $23 CSPs. Are me and the other guy canceling each other out? Sounds like it. Selling SPX 4470, 4480 spreads for Wednesday. Mm, maybe. Is there any chance we see $50 on GME anytime soon? It's pretty slim. My investment in the stock has been trapped for 2.5 years, and I'm 50% down on it. You can sell covered calls. I don't know what to tell you. I don't see GME getting to 50 anytime soon unless something catalyzes it. First of all, long interest needs to come back, especially calls, and right now that's just not there. 360p QQQ 818 SPY 440p 818 targeting a 3 to 5% pullback in July gives a profit of 50 to 170% with no IV change. Roast me. I don't need to roast you. Just fucking I'll roast you if you don't hedge it. If we're trading flat at 44.50, fucking do something with your positions. You already bought them, right? You should be thinking about how to use that position to your advantage while it does nothing. Can you pump it to 44.45, please? I like that. I have some 44.45 calls. Or 44.55 calls. Not many, just like 5, but that would be cool. With QQQ's performance today, do you think this could indicate more downs to the rest of the week? We kind of talked about this last Friday. If the call positioning doesn't get realized quickly enough, and I don't think the half day is going to count significantly towards that, but if the call positioning doesn't get realized quickly enough, it could start to break down like it did a couple weeks ago when we tested our top. If it does start to break down, there's plenty of room for us to confirm that. There's no reason to rush into any positioning right now. We're in a positive gamma environment. Our downside is stabilized. There's decent liquidity, right? You just don't have to do anything until you confirm it. That's before in April and shit when we were trading at at net negative GAX, right? And the market maker was negatively exposed. The chances of us rapidly dropping were really high. We're not really in that position right now. So just be patient with it and see what happens. QQQ can easily recover here and retest 370, 371, 372. Thanks, Mr. Poopy Pants. Is my 0 DTE 4455 call dead? I don't know. What's my cost basis on mine? $1.25. They're up a little bit. I guess it depends when you bought it. Looks like it was like $3 earlier today. So like about an hour ago. CB's $1.60. Should like you're like in a good spot, right? Ish. You're like break even right now. Well, a little below, but not much. So on the side, decided to wait for the market to do its thing. I'll still be here when I think there are better opportunities. Yeah, I mean this isn't a great time to be taking any kind of positioning, right? And I think most of the participants are in agreement on that. SPX is really overbought, so long side interest has started to condense a bit, and then um, bears are just scared. So the downside interest is kind of weak as well. But we're over 40 4450, so if we can pick up some momentum here, we can move up. YouTube recommends you The Big Short under the stream. Is this a sign? I don't know. I don't think YouTube is signaling how you should position in the market. I just lulled about your neighbor hearing you say things like "Thanks, Mr. Poopy Pants." I've said worse. I was promised a test of 4500, and my 113 minute to expiry 4505 calls aren't looking so hot. I can imagine. Bears won't gain any confidence till we fall below gamma neutral, probably. Even then, they're skittish. So, delta neutral before they really start to leverage. Just sold off my super risky full port puts meta plan for break even. $50 lunches on me. Nice. Would selling 27cc on GME for this Friday be considered safe? Not likely to be assigned unless a surprise were to happen. Any market changing data this week? We have employment data, like labor data this week. We have JOLTS, non farm, and unemployment. I mean, your chances of being assigned above Gamma Max are pretty low, but it's not impossible to get assigned. It simply reduces risk. 4490 is not doing great either. Why the fuck are you guys buying 4490s when we're trading flat at 4450? Does nobody read? Did you read the daily DD? I think we should help the Bears by playing the Bear song. I don't want to help the fucking Bears right now. We have 0 DTE calls. You shut your face. Greg, hear me out. Puts on coin. Why? Can we see BTU touch 25 soon? Mm, how soon? Few weeks, maybe? It's not like a quick mover. Holy fuck, today sucks. This is boring as shit. Why can't futures break 4490? It's up 10% on CBOE refilling the Fidelity BTC ETF, and it's a piece of shit. Fair enough. Refiling. But people are gonna get bullish on it refiling, right? Also, tomorrow's a holiday, so crypto can just get crazy anyway. I don't think I'd do it today. I'd wait. I don't know if you've noticed, but I kind of stay away from crypto. Why'd you do that to me when you're not you when you're high? All I need is SPX to go negative 200 BPS today. Thanks. I just wanted to go plus 12 BPS, and then it can do whatever the fuck it wants. Be safer and go for 24 on BTU is my thought. 34 is just below the 120-day moving average. For what? Like selling what? For selling covered calls? I mean, I can just tell you Gamma Max. Gamma Max is 26.89. DN's around 21.58. So I would say CSPs are still better here, but those are your levels. What is like to viewer ratio? Only about 50%. I have no idea. I don't think 0GT 15-minute straddle is going to work today. Probably not. No, well, I mean, maybe if interest picks up a lot, but yeah, I don't think so. And then Gensler's gonna tell them to kick rocks. I get it. Yes, no contracts on crypto tomorrow. I will not be doing that. All I'm asking is for SPX 4465 so I can watch Chestnut dominate tomorrow and gobble 15 glizzies myself. Jesus Christ. What's more profitable, selling CC for a month out or selling weekly CC out of the money every Monday or Tuesday that expire that Friday? Thank you for your time. It depends. Usually selling a weekly covered call every week will have a higher yield than selling one 30 DTE call. What's SPX delta neutral? 284? I'll tell you what, I'm going to buy another NVIDIA put at the end of this week, and if we're not below 300 by then... Was there a follow-up to this? Glizzy Gobbler stream tomorrow? No, I'm not streaming glizzy gobbling. I'm not even gonna eat any glizzies. I'm not going to a hot dog eating contest is disgusting. Three and 6 month T-bill auctions, yeah, 13 minutes. I said I'm gonna get another put leap if we're not below 300 by the end of this week. Oh, okay. Well, That just sounds like you're saying I'm gonna buy another put leap on Nvidia. What are glizzies? It's slang for hot dog. Could we break up towards 4,500 this week and then 4,600 on the back of a neutral CPI print next week? I mean, CPI year over year should be down. Core is going to be flat again, most likely. So I don't see, and then the total index will be continuously up this year as it has been. I don't see a change in trend happening there. And PCE is still flat, right? Um, and consumer demand's increasing, so the chances of moving back to higher headline are just going to go up, and more confidence in the market is going to just reinflate the asset bubble that they've been barely trying to deflate. But I'm not going to get into that. 4,600's very unlikely. 4,500 is a very with the current positioning has a very high probability. Do you prefer deeming your buns in water? Excuse you? I'm not streaming the Toronto Stock Exchange. Stop trying to make Canada a thing. We've been over this. Thoughts on SSX tricky? Uh, Slang for an actual hot dog? Like you can say at a barbecue without shutting down or ramping up the party. It's gonna ramp up the party. But yes. 4284. Is there a yes no contract for DTE till Kimball Musk files another Form 4? He doesn't like to sell his shares. Can you touch on reasoning behind long yen thesis? YCL is an all-time low again, and it's very attractive. I want to know your basic thoughts. If Japan is unable to attain consumer inflation above 2% in the next like 6 months, they're gonna probably have to stabilize the yen against the dollar again, right? And so in doing that and selling U.S. Treasuries, they put a lot of pressure on yen pricing, right? And if yen goes up, it's massively sold short, like unbelievably. Um, it's arguably been one of like the safest trades for the last 5 years, right? Um, so it's gonna push off the shorts, which will drive it higher, and then um, like all currencies spiking crazy hard. That's gonna cause people to sell out of their indexes or the Nikkei, right? So far they've done some stabilization, but they haven't failed to keep things stable yet. Although I don't think Japan has a lot of confidence that they can continue their monetary policy for a lot longer. And if they have to do something drastic like peg the yen to the dollar, its value is going to skyrocket because their producer inflation's at like 20% and their consumer inflation's at like 1.8. The spread is insane because they don't really have a monetary policy. Their monetary policy is free money for everyone until the problems goes away. You don't like snowboarding? Not particularly. It's like a skateboard, but you're strapped to it and going faster. You talking shit about the TSX? Yeah, absolutely. If it's so great, you'd trade it. Thanks, Kirk. Searching for maximum leverage instruments to lose money on Japan. I keep. I'm. I'm gonna be pegged to the dollar, so to speak. What you and your wife do in the bedroom with glizzies on July 4th is your business. Penance. Japan change in monetary policy, same like Black Swan. Yeah, yeah, it would be. Hey Piggle, I've been in the field training for the last 3 weeks. Okay. Are there any significant events I've missed? No. I see we're still in the most reasonable bull market ever. Yep, absolutely. And also, cheers to a year and a half a billionaire. Thanks, Pog. I appreciate it, man. I'll see you when you get back. Can't do heel flips on a snowboard. True. The Japan PM was tough to read during his interview. I thought he was lost until you clarified how rare it is that they speak on financials at all. It's culturally, I think culturally difficult, especially the older generations, for them to, on a global stage, to speak about their economy and their, you know, the situation they're in. Because it's not good, right? Glizzy sound like something not eaten willingly. That's not true. Pamp? No. 44.51. At what SPX price will you stream eat a glizzy? There isn't one. You can do heel flips on a snowboard in SSX Tricky. That game was terrible. A. B. That was dumb. You have bindings on a snowboard. You absolutely can't do a heel flip. I think I'm scared of the 7.5 Condors just because to make it worthwhile puts it within a gap over range in the pre-market. Really? I mean, you could go out to like 44.80, 44.25, right? What would that look like? I guess you do like the sold put 44.20, 44.80 on the call with the long legs at 44.15, 44.85. That's net credit of 115. Max loss 385, so 30% on risk. I don't like it as much as the 75. Like the 75.25. But yeah, it's a little less risk. You know, on Condors, you can always cut the losing leg and leave the other one open to expire. And that can offset the loss, like the max loss. All jokes aside, thanks, Girk, to you and the community. It's a fun place to learn. Glizzy Talk got my ROR very up. Excellent. Giggling goggles of grizzled glizzy gristle guzzlers. Lovely. No time for market shenanigans today. Happy 4th of July. Happy 4th of July to you too, Odorous Dan. Would this piece of shit break up already? Why is NQ trying to sabotage my bullish day? What an actual piece of shit. The Musk Bros are selling shares. Yeah, it really did just get rejected right off of the fucking 281 resistance, huh? I remember when Tesla bulls had confidence. They would just they'd be buying the fuck out of this dip. They'd be buying the dip at market open. Just every red candle, more calls. How the tables turning have. What's it gonna take to get to 44.55? I mean, not a lot. We're pretty fucking close already. Maybe an uptick in interest at 44.60, but that's been picking up. Like 55, 60, 65. Interest is up across all three strikes. We're, we need to get away from the 40-45 puts, but 44-35 puts are breaking down, so maybe that'll ease a little bit of a little bit of the hedge. Why do I only make money when I manage my positions? I don't know. My wife doesn't know I'm 50k down year over year, but she's a simple lass who only wants a glizzy to nuzzle at the end of the day. So it'll be our little secret. Don't put that on me. Just be honest with her. Be like, I was trying to make us millionaires and I lost 50 grand. The first time my account crossed 25k, I did it selling spreads on Tesla. They used to be pretty amazing, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like even if today works out for my calls, it was not worth playing. Oh, it's not. I can tell you, as a current long call holder on the 0DTE side, this just sucks. Worse than a high school hand job. Popcorn Trader can coach them up on that technique. Could they be using the Bitcoin ETFs as liquidity? Liquidity for what? The fucking spot ETFs aren't even approved yet. I can't watch normally because of my job. Thank you, Gurk. You and this community are a lot of fun. Lots of learning and jokes. It's been a fun ride. And thanks. Good health to you and the quants. And happy 4th of July. Pickle jar. Thank you so much, Northern Cowboy. Happy 4th of July to you as well. Is there a story you'd like to share? No? High school handjobs were the worst. All of the promise, none of the results. They didn't. They don't ever really get great, but they're better after college. I'm referring to ones that occurred during my time in high school, Teaspoon. Insert Thanos, fine, I'll do it myself gif. Oh boy, Brock. You went the wrong way on that. That's don't no. Was Tootsie Roll the play all along? Tootsie Roll savings account, same thing. Mine stayed stable since 5th grade on. Was there a video you watched to help you use your hands better in college? Have you ever thought about rolling a jade lizard on Tootsie Roll? That'd be a jade roll. I want this to go up. This is the worst. I sprained my wrist once and couldn't go left, so I learned to use my feet. I'm start inversing the other AI tickers. Is it? Nvidia's up today. AMD's up. What's a firm doing? A firm's up like 5%. What the fuck else was in that ETF? Hold on. Oh, yeah. All of financials are moving up today. But Nvidia's up. Not a lot, but it's up. Nvidia and AMD. Yeah, financials are doing great today. JPM's up like 100 BPS. Bank of America, Wells Fargo, both up. Burke's not doing great, but just about everything else is. Schwab's up like 2% today. Goldman's up. Capital One. I'm not sure how much Tesla bots has, or how much. Yeah, I'm not sure how much Tesla bots has, but I think it has some. It's always gonna outperform. They're both up and down, right? It's illiquid as fuck. We've been over this a bunch. I'm about to go watch paint dry. Are the Bulls and Bears on vacation? I mean, there's some Bulls today, just not a ton of them. AIC3 and Palantir. Um, they're not big enough market caps to show up on the heat map. I'd have to look at them. AIC3 is down. Palantir's up a little bit. But kind of looks like it's peaking at a lower high. God, this fucking sucks. I guess just more slow grind up. Futures is testing like 44.90 again, or trying to. Remember right before Thanksgiving when Upstart jumped $10? Yeah. Maybe we'll see something cool like that into close. Are handjobs really much of a thing after high school? Like, there's other things to do that an adult would always choose first, no? Ideally. Bill auctions yield up. Kind of expected. You think QQQ is going to bounce off 369? No, I think NQ's being a little piece of shit, and it's going to drop below 15.3. And it's kind of pissing me off. The market would rip, but Musk Bros have to get their cash out first. I don't think Musk Bros are driving QQQ down all on their own. Like, Microsoft's down today, Google's down today, Netflix is down today, Meta's down. Amazon's doing okay, but it's still pretty much just flat. It's like none of the big tech is performing really well right now. And it's definitely putting a drag on fucking SPX. Oil's up, which is probably the only reason it's doing a little bit better than Nasdaq. And the like PMI data was mixed, slightly bullish but mixed. I know JPass says he doesn't care what the market's doing, but if nothing changes and the data stays the same, i.e. stagflation-ish, when will JPass have to crash the market? SPX 5000? Well, here's the problem is like so much of like the money they pumped into the system got thrown into like that like assets like equities and homes, right? So when the market goes up, consumer confidence goes up, consumer demand goes up, right? We've just got our supply chain starting to recover. We've got manufacturing finally contracting. And then they're going to get hit with another fucking bullwhip of consumer demand. And it's going to spike headline inflation again, right? You're already starting to see like more interesting commodities pick up, right? Like over the last couple of weeks, commodities have stopped bottoming and they've started to like stabilize and move into a higher range. If commodity demand picks up again, then our headline inflation is gonna fucking rip just like it did into the end of 2021. And we're gonna be in the same fucking situation we were in 2 years ago, right? Except now our rates are already at fucking 5.25. the banks are less stable. I mean, it's pushing it down the road has always been a bad idea. The longer they try to avoid a hard landing, the more they kind of create one. This was a crazy Black Monday for QQQ. What about Nvidia? Nvidia is now flat on the day, and now it's negative, and flat again. Look at the short put condors on SPY, July 5th expiration, 100% return on 63% risk. Good play, or should I wait for directional confirmation? Profitable between 441, 44, 445, assuming wait. Short put condor? It'd be profitable outside that range, right? Hold on, I'll build it. So SPY, July 5th. Short put condor? Should be like kind of a big move. You need like a minimum of a 50. Sell 443. Okay, hold on. 443. Buy 442. 445. Sell 7. 53. This is awful. Why don't you do 46, 47? The problem here is, I mean, I understand if you want the bullish, like the bullish skew to the position, but 46, 47 is way better than 45, 46. Or 45, 47, rather. 45, 46 is better than 45, 47. And your spread's smaller. Sorry, 43.39. Oh. Eh. That's a long put condor. QQQ's about to tank. Don't say that. If we close SPX between 440, 44.55, 44.45, what does that do to your view for the week? I mean, not a lot. We'll just have to see what positioning looks like going into Wednesday. If we break away from 4450 significantly, that could be more bullish into the end of the week. Stagnating here with 4475s and 4500s that expire this Friday, just losing money, is more bearish than it is bullish, right? GME 22.99. I mean, I actually kind of hope not today because I want indexes to go up for the rest of the day. Or at least briefly. Oops. What did I just do? Oh, piece of shit. Okay. Hmm. God, this sucks. I need it 22.99, end of day 721. Why? You want to get assigned on GME at $23? Gross. So there's after hours trading today from 4 to 8 p.m. Have you ever seen any big moves in half day after hours? Mm, not really. No one's gonna be around. I mean, I'm not saying it can't happen, but it probably won't. Maybe tomorrow, after like 5 o'clock. He's selling CSPs, so he's buying Jamie at 23. God, this sucks. Ugh. Hmm. This isn't good if we're flat today. Wow, it's good for bears. Power hours so QQQ can die at 12 p.m. Or rep. I know candlestick reading is bullshit, but the daily one on Fubo could be a sign of a reversal, larger selling pressure. I mean, yeah, it just Fubo just failed like a pretty important historic resistance too, so sure. I would expect Fubo to pull back under $2. There's no news or anything to drive it higher, at least substantially higher. That's 6 minutes left or 66 minutes? 66 minutes. Power hours in 6 minutes. I just want this to like fucking blow off so I can close my calls and then we can fall back to 44.50 at close. You mentioned bad for bulls. That'd be more likely to gap down. I mean, it doesn't mean we're likely to gap down, but it's likely that we'll start to see capitulation on longer dated call positioning. I don't know if we're gonna I don't know if it's all gonna break down, but some of it will. There's a lot of like 3 and 4 DTE calls that aren't going to just hang out and burn up on the chain, right? And they're at like 44.75, 44.80, 90, 4,500. Those calls need consistent upside price improvement in order to stay on the chain. Otherwise, they're going to close them. And if they close them, then the upside starts to look a lot less bullish. I've been reading TA of financial markets, and you saying TA is bullshit keeps popping up in my head. I get what Murphy's saying, but it seems like he's just blowing smoke. What should the biggest takeaways be? Volume profiles can give you an indication of where buyers and sellers are, especially on stocks that don't have liquid options chains or high interest. Paying attention to where people are willing to buy and where people are willing to sell is important. Um, understanding the psychology behind that as well, which and TA kind of just gives you a simplified way of looking at that quickly. I mean that's its best use, right? Is it's just it allows you to do a quick analysis which lets you know that if deeper analysis is worthwhile. So it's a very good way of looking at a lot of data in a simplified format. But that's it. Beyond that, like it doesn't tell you where the price is going to go. It's not it's not indicative of future price action in any way. You have to do more research to figure that kind of stuff out, but it gives you a starting point, right? Like, oh, this looks good, I'll dig deeper, right? And whether it's useful or not, people use it, right? So there's some self-fulfillment, especially on things that are less liquid, smaller and mid caps, largely, more structured, like TA on like futures is better at doing what you want it to do, and crypto, where there's less regulation and sentiment rules the market. Like TA is way more accurate on crypto than it is on equities. How do you like EWV? I've been looking for short Nikkei instrument, but this is the only one I can find. Short Japan MSCI. That seems fine. I think there's a 3x short Nikkei. I mean, you can just get futures. Futures are probably easier than trying to find an ETF to short with. Also, you can get a lot more time. That one's leveraged also. I think there's a Japanese just like MSCI ETF also. Okay. NQ's finding a little bit of support here. Starting to turn around. Yes is going for its 900th test of 4,900 today. Let me take a look at 0DTs. Okay. So chance of breaking up's a little more increased right now if QQQ continues to bounce. I think if NQ moves back above 15,335 and ES stays stable, we should get the upside move, but watch for any breakdown because I'd probably just have a tight stop here. It's not worth the risk, frankly. All right. I was reading a second book, but I'm waiting to find out one on market psychology. Any recommendations? The Reminiscences of a Stock Operator Mindset, which is by Carol. What the fuck is her last name? Dweck? Dweck. One Up on Wall Street by Peter Lynch. Those three are pretty good for markets, specifically for market psychology. I have 0 positions open, but I would love to hear the Power Hour song. Sure, man.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Let's go. That was exciting. Woo. It's more exciting than the market is today. I feel like they're just gonna start giving up on the like 60 and 65 positions soon. Yeah, 65's already declining a bit. 44.55's picked up. 60's about flat. But the 65 interest is falling off, which isn't great. At least the put interest is also falling off, I guess, so. Although put interest at 44.50 is picked up significantly. I now have 47 positions open and regret the Power Hour song being played. Is WeBull frozen or no volume? It's not frozen. It just sucks. Here, I'll zoom in a bunch so it looks more exciting. I don't have 1 second candles on SPX on Webull. Hearing the Power Hour song gets me so nostalgic. Remembering a time when we didn't care about money on this channel. It was all about Cohen, AMC, DRS, and fighting the corrupt TCG market. Can you set it tick by tick to go along with being zoomed in? No. No, I can't. I'm hungry. Yeah, I guess I'll just go get lunch after this. Buy some more fucking calls. Jesus Christ. It was never about AMC. No, it wasn't. Happy 4th, Girk and Quants. How's positioning looking on SPY? Chances of crossing 444 today? Preach as always. Why would you say? I mean, okay. The chances of crossing 444 are okay. They're not great, but they're okay. Chewy is not worth it. Worth its current value. It's bound to come down below 20, right? I don't see why not. You have a day and a half in the middle of the week. What are you going to do with all that time? I don't know. It's a good question. I'm going somewhere tomorrow. Well, I'm going somewhere tonight, and then I'll be there tomorrow. I knew I should have stayed on the sidelines today. Yeah, it probably wasn't a terrible choice. Although this isn't over yet. Like, I mean, there's enough demand that it keeps crawling up, unless Charm just crushes everything in the next 30 minutes. I'm not going to my house for the 4th. Actually, I'm not sure I'm going to my friend's house for the 4th either, but I might. How you doing? Do you think if SPX cannot break over 44.52 by the end of the day, then it might be a local top and it's going to have to retrace this week? Yeah, I think that's a distinct possibility, actually. A lack of, I mean, first of all, the oil cuts this morning killed a lot of the upside interest that was supporting a move higher. And then a lack of interest coming in at this point is actually starting to look kind of bearish. So yeah, I think it's possible that we, insufficient move to the upside today uh, creates a continuation of bearishness into the end of the week, as out of the money calls, which are bleeding right now, fail to gain any kind of momentum. But today's not over yet. We do still have 50 minutes. Something can happen in that amount of time. No, I'm not going to Martha's Vineyard. Are you not going to your house to the 4th because that's where Doric is vacationing at? Maybe I'll just go visit Doric in DC. So what's going on with Deutsche Bank? You sent me into a rabbit hole last night from the Discord combo. They look bad on paper, but there's systemic risk there, no? Yeah, they have shitloads of derivative risk. They could just get bailed out, sure, but that's still bad, right? And their counterparty risk exposes not just themselves. A failure of like a globally a global systemically important bank is bad. It's really bad for everybody. How much pores need to sell spreads? $100 in margin. Then you also need to be correct. Probably several times in a row. Thanks for almost 2 years of education, man. I gotta do some self butt kicking and pull up my bootstraps this week. Baby Gurk's getting big and strong like a bear. Thanks, Adopted by the Dans. You're welcome, man. Are you gonna clip clop up some mountains somewhere? No. Wear shoes. I live right outside of DC. Come visit me instead. I'll show you how the friendometer works. Uh, Sorry, I've had a cash account a while, and WeBull canceled my margin application for that omnibus whatever. Wait, what? Just go to a different broker. You've had your ups, Pickle Man. Now make it stop. No, I haven't. I needed to go up $2 more. Oh yeah. ES broke 44.90. And NQ's back at 15,326. Still needs to go above 15,330, but closer. Yeah, but why would that cancel your margin account? Like I know they switched to omnibus clearing, but I don't see why that would cancel your margin account. If someone from your audience recognized you in public, would you be nice? Or would you grab them and savagely say, "You don't know me? Understand?" That sounds like assault. No, I would probably be not mean. But if they catch me talking to Larry Fink, you know. The cat's name should be Contango. He's not very smart. I was thinking backwardation would be better. NVIDIA and AMD downs end of week. If you, is that what you want? It surely depends on how weird the encounter is. Some of the occupants of the pickle jar, I fear for your safety. Yeah, I mean, if it's like walking or something, I'm gonna scream and blow my whistle. The trick is not to say hi, but just cut a lock of his hair and run. Why isn't the cat's name just J Fresh Jr.? I don't want to inflate his ego anymore. If I see you on the street, I'm yelling Girk is a stock god as loud as I can, and then say nothing else and keep walking. Alright. I guess that wouldn't be too strange. Just slip and slide away from any cross burnings to avoid walking. Yeah, maybe we don't hang out in the same circles. This fucking piece of shit. Stop trying to stop out the calls and let it rip. If I saw you in public, I would buy you a drink and tell the bartender to say, "This is courtesy of the poors." What if I'm not at a bar? Are you gonna hire a bartender to chase me down with a drink? I would tell you that there are girls on the internet, living proof. Hmm. Suspicious. Don't believe her lies. Jen, if you ran into me in public and didn't shush me, I would be horribly disappointed. I'm really enjoying using XSP for 0DT options. I may lose, but I'm only buying like 1 or 2 contracts, and they're cheap as fuck. I feel like it's good practice. Alright, fair. Tell me what to do with your positions. Whatever you want, man, they're yours. That guy's a service bartender on a leash for his alcoholism, the way blind people have a service dog, so no worries. Today was a lesson in theta decay. Yeah. I don't know. Are you buying them at the money? Do you plan on holding them for an extended period of time, C-Mill? Are you gonna tell me in 3 weeks, hey Girk, I bought these SQQQ calls and they're dead in the water? Okay. NQ's at 15,335. Is today a short day or something? Yeah, market closes at 1. And then Tomorrow's a holiday. Did you close your SQQQ calls? Yeah, because the market fucking ripped. They're called stop losses. They stop losses. No Tesla talk. Well, it got rejected at 281, but it's probably going to retest it. I think there's a pretty good chance it retests it. So, yeah, like, I would wait. It didn't quite come down to the 275 level, so there was really no entry for a put anywhere in there. I made $20 today. No after hours Wendy's dumpster work for me today. Nice. Whoa, whoa, you can stop losses? Tell me more. How much theta did you have on your SQQQ calls? I have September 25. I had July 21 and August 18. Spy run for July 4th, America. This is starting to look a little more enticing. Although, we're running out of time. Call interest picking up. Oh yeah, there we go. 4460 is picking up. Got some nice volume coming in there. 65 is still kind of meh, but hey, I'm up 25 cents a contract on my 0 DTEs. Ooh, killing it. You ever read the book How I Made 2 Million in the Stock Market by Nicholas Darvis? No? Have a good 4th of July, everyone. And remember, don't squeeze the firecracker. Let it rest in your hands. When it blows up, it'll save your fingers. Stop lighting firecrackers in your hands. Hmm. $444p, safe for a move to 440. I mean, if it were to move to 440, then sure. It was my daily safety reminder to my teachers at work, and figured the cult needed the warning as well. Thanks, adopted by the Dans. It's a good message to spread around the holiday. right about now, Funk Soul Brother. Nice. More calls. It's 1228. Bullish. Let's go. You'll pump into close. Yeah. Calls get cheaper. Oh shit. 300K candle on Fubo. I don't know. Looks like some volume came in there. Retest 225. Seems to be an important level for someone. High school HJ crew got frustrated and sold. Yeah, I see. What's your BTU PT and time horizon? I don't know, like 1 or 2 years back up into like the 30 to 35 range. It should be worth like 40, but coal's not very popular, so I don't see it hitting that. I already hit my PT on BTU previously, but the pullback after the dividend and share buyback were announced presented yet another opportunity to stay in it. I'm gonna light some fireworks in the Canadian forest near New York. Let me know if you can see them. Where's Canada? Don't light any fireworks in Canada, guys. If you had small account, e.g. 5K, would you sell theta and spreads on SPY or QQQ as we go sideways and up? Yeah, I absolutely would. I don't think Moose police Canada. You're not the boss of me. We can be just as irresponsible as Americans. Mounties don't fuck around. They can't. I mean, they have to be super serious because they're ridiculous outfits, right? Do you see FOMC minutes moving us much, or mostly priced in after JPA's multiple speeches? I don't think it'll have any surprises, but it'll probably still get straddled a bunch. I think participants are kind of looking to it to confirm that JPA's not lying to them, and that the majority of participants really are in favor of increasing rates multiple times this year. It's just mooses. It's not meese. Are we gonna get more spread talk when your margin comes in? I already do a bit of spread talk. What's your thesis on oil and gas? I think it's cheap. It's unlikely to stay cheap for an extended period of time, especially with all the current political turmoil. It's molasses? Moosin? It's just mooses. What's the best spread? Marmalade? Preserves? Hmm. I have a boysenberry jam that I'm enjoying quite a bit right now. Ooh, lingonberry? Lingonberry is some good shit. Black currant also. Red currant is pretty good. I have a red currant jam. You know, I've never had huckleberry jam. I should try that sometime. I'll get in touch with my jam guy. I really regret not taking out that 20K loan to YOLO Upstart when it was at 15. Fair. Mooses don't need S's? Huh. Pearl for moose is just moose. Source, I am a moose. JK, I'm not actually a moose. I'm totally a human being. I don't believe you now. What's a condor? It's two spreads. Are they ballistically similar to grapes? What? I feel like the only people that showed up today are the shit posters. What kind of pickles pick this time? That's on Disney. I don't really have any. I haven't looked at it in a while. As like a long-term investment, it's probably cheap, but I don't know what it costs right now. It was cheap the last time I looked at it. Sell off into close? You shut your mouth. I smell sold puts. Oh yeah? Disney's had a lot of movies bombing recently, haven't they? I don't know. I don't know what movies they've come out with. Is there a way that dumb people can make money in the market also? Yeah. You could buy you could have bought calls 3 months ago. Didn't you hear the 15 MTE strategy he said is his friend employs somewhat successfully, but then always blows up? I don't know what you're talking about. The Flash is not a Disney property. Who made it? Is it Sony? Does Sony own the Flash? With these market rallies, would it be best for someone with a small port to patiently wait for a short side entry at a top, buy a lot of theta and wait it out? I mean, buying a lot of theta and then having it move against you is usually a pretty bad idea, but it's an option. I mean, are you going to do anything to manage that, or are you just going to let it bleed over time? Here's the problem with buying a lot of theta that I've noticed. People don't like to close those positions because they bought a lot of theta. So there's like a sunk cost fallacy where they're like, oh, 15% loss is fine. I have a lot of theta. And then they're like, 20%'s fine. I have a lot of theta. And then they're like, 50%'s fine. I have a lot of theta. Thoughts on Zom? I think it gets a little rejection around 108.50. There's some resistance at like 108. But I think it looks pretty good. Ooh. Hmm. Why are you attacking me? I'm not. But if you feel attacked right now, you should probably be doing something different. Flash is DC. Okay. If you have the next step down, 80%, not selling now. You're more likely to average down when you have lots of theta. That's also true. There's a type of person out there who's better off buying no theta, not hedging, because the comfort of hedging and theta allow you to let your positions get extremely dead. Yep, that's true. I mean, although if you're hedging appropriately, your losses on the position should be minimized or hedged off, right? But no, I'm not gonna get into that. Joke's on you. I have no pride, and I can't feel emotionally attacked. You just described my GME leaps I bought last year, down 90%. I still got 200 days to go. I love Theta. Jesus fucking Christ. I wish you the best, Junaid. 15-minute DTE. Let's go. Mm. Ah, man. All right. Well, that was fun. All of that for 20 cents a contract. Fucking bullshit. Looks like we're done for the day. Back it up, boys. Signs a zillion contracts? Boo hoo. It was 10. It was 10 contracts. Spy will trade for 15 minutes after close still? Yeah. I don't believe you. It really just was 10. I bought 5 earlier, and then 5 when it hit my cost basis a second time. Which ironically was to the upside. What's up, Sharma? But for real, win 43.50. I know, man. Bulls are fucking weak today. They gained like the advantage here on the upside, and then they just fucking punted it. Depending on what out of the money calls close today, uh, this doesn't look super fucking bullish going into Wednesday. I'll have to look at positioning, but this isn't good for the Bulls. They needed like 44.60, 44.75 today. They they failed to achieve that in any and anywhere near that actually. 10 times 20 cents times 100 is more than double minimum wage. But like federal minimum wage? Who the fuck is taking jobs for federal minimum wage nowadays? McDonald's pays $15 an hour. Welcome to the South. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that place. Just move. The fucking McDonald's like a few blocks away from me is like paying like $25 an hour for part-time help. They have a big fucking sign on the door. No one wants to work at that place. Oh, you fucking bitch. God damn it. Pulls are the worst. This is what I get for using stop losses and protecting my profits like an asshole. I got stopped out on the first downtick of the drop. I put my stop like at bid. So class action suit against Funko? For what? It's also 725 in Wisconsin. Wisconsin, that's cringy for the North. Yeah, but it's like the Midwest. Jimmy MOASS into close. Retesting 25. It's still converting to margin, WM. Illinois doesn't roll like that. So what, 725 minimum? What's the minimum wage in Illinois? SCX just threw up on itself. Yeah, because all the calls that have been unprofitable all day just went slightly in the money. $7.25 here, but grocery store offers 19 an hour starting. Okay. That's like It's like 10 hours for a 0 DTE. That's not bad. $13 this year, up $1 every year until 15. So use Genie as an example for checking resistance, testing the 25 resistance level with volume. It could break up. Yeah, but it probably won't. Also, the volume's declining on the test, right? If your ex dividend date is Friday and I get assigned, it counts, right? Yeah, it should. I don't know what stock you're talking about, but yeah. If the X day is Friday and you get assigned on a like a covered call and after hours, you should still get the dividend. My spy put just rocketed to negative 49.9%. Well done, Stonks Alona. Well done. Only have to work like 50 hours stacking shelves to make $1,000 a day. Not bad at all. I mean, it's not great, but it could be worse. Are you buying straddles or selling condors for the end of day? I already have condors out. I sold them earlier. The McDonald's in Schaumburg, Illinois is hiring at 1850 with a sign-on bonus of 1K if you can stay employed for 3 months. Fuck. That's insane. I don't know why anybody would work at a McDonald's over being like a server. Unless you live in a state where they have like a different hourly rate of pay for servers. That sucks. But even in like I guess New York City is a bad example, but when I used to bartend, I think we got like $3 an hour. It was some awful amount of money per hour, but you made more in tips than you ever would have made at minimum wage. 4 minutes to expiry, 44.50. Here we go, Lambo. Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna happen. Because the server has to be like somewhat competent. You don't need that at McDonald's. No, they don't. I've been to enough fancy restaurants with terrible service that I can tell you that they really don't need to be competent at all. How much theta do you typically sell on condors and spreads? As little as possible. I mean, you can sell it. Your max risk is your max risk, right? Uh, I think I'm fucked here. I just bought a straddle, but I'm pretty sure I'm screwed. Yeah. Yep. Well, I get 39 cents per contract. So it's just break even. Buy SPY? Did it dump? That would be awesome because I have spreads. Ooh. Oh yeah, nice gap down. All right, well, that's it for today. What a fun fucking $4 move. GG, I guess. Members stream tomorrow? Probably not, but I will have Pickles picks for the second half of the week tomorrow night. So I'll push those out probably a little later in the day tomorrow when I get back home. And then I don't know, everyone enjoy your 4th. Happy 4th. And I'll see you Wednesday morning. Have a good night, guys. See you later.